Okay, let's continue weather data work. That was from yesterday. It's just music. It's too loud or not? Let me know. Okay. So I discovered more about the way the data is kept. I have a backup plan in case I'm not able to find um, the weather data in that standard format. I think, according to my notes, we were in the middle of this file, page 140 or something. This is what I was looking at yesterday when I stopped. I did some other discovery work, which is the backup plan. Worst case scenario, if you couldn't find the data that is described in this pattern, we'll switch to that backup plan. It's the target. We are still following as the stream topics or goals. Okay. So although the data is described in this fashion, I still don't have access to this kind of data, which is this synop formatting style. Made sense of these values. They seem to be going in the correct order that I discovered them yesterday, so that's all good. Yeah, this is all making sense. Wow. To the extent that they might make sense. A lot of abbreviations. So this is the part where they were discussing buffer with Cerex, and I was able to find example Cerex messages, which look clear enough, but then I believe there are certain assumptions that I'm not aware of yet. Still looks like reference work here. Yeah, things like this: when something is not reported or reported, what's the value? This true direction is yeah, wind speed, wind direction, that kind of thing. I think this is the breakdown of what they were discussing up there in the table format. This is the second part of the first volume in the long code. So in the first part of the first volume, we already looked at the detailed descriptions of it. So it was yesterday. This is going to be important too. Hmm. This almost looks like an example here, except it's not really marked as an example. Because this part marked in blue doesn't seem standard to me. So we looked at these numbers. It's the f, x, and y are complying with the way the website is designed. You could go and then find this information. So the value for this identifier, this is the textual representation of this identifier. You have the value. if it was temperature, and if you saw 213, that would be 21.3 Celsius. But this information with the locusts and such, that seems to be custom. Yeah, so I remember looking at 0, 12, and instead of 122, which is a different kind of temperature, preceding night temperature. But it's still following a similar format. So I guess, it's still boils down to finding the finding example data. It's a description of that last one. This is for the ship. There's the land station and the ship reporting to at sea. And this is air stuff. We are in part C. 1148. We are almost there, so I'll just scroll down. We're finding it here. Just want to see if there's anything missing. So this climate, I think this has something to do with FM71 table for the IDs for its FM71, which came with similar values, except they each had a bar over them. It's, line. Seemed like the shortcut version of FM12. Something worth investigating. Again, data is missing. See a lot of familiar words, so it's reassuring. This is the ship version of the sea version of the 71, or maybe that's labeled as close enough number. Examples of templates. So this is a cool one, maybe. Let's see how many pages. 6 pages left, or the last page is usually blank. Say like 0, 12. Oh, that's a separate section. Okay. Yeah, we were looking at these code tables. It's T uppercase R. IX, for example, is the station type, whether it's manual or it's okay. Okay, so familiar looking things. There is the cloudiness, CL. There you go. It's this one. Yeah, this is 0, 20, 12. Okay. So say for this one in buffer, what table is it? And type of station, as I was saying, IX, the first 3, and then the rest. So At least the information is consistent. And the last page is done. So what I can do at this point, for example, this whole thing started because search by station name for Toronto between it's again, it's hard to remember the exact steps I okay, I think I'm getting close. Yes, the date is to so okay, so in some version of this search there is an asterisk next to the titles which marks this as an official, here you go, as an official weather station. So here's the World Meteorological Organization ID given to the weather station at the airport. So what I'm after is I want to see the data, not just for this guy, because I think I can access it, but sort of worldwide. So that way, I don't know, let's say in Istanbul, if I could find a weather station with this proper ID, maybe I'll access the data. So can we do something like WMO ID? Yeah, there's a region code. Station identifier. Yeah. So in Canada, I think it's 70. That's the code. And then you have the 3 other digits for the station itself. And it's not working. The official website is not working. That's unfortunate. WMO, Canadian. I see. Okay. Let's look at this one. The long ass document. Yeah, this is exactly kind of what I know. It's what was the number? 70. It's here, right? 71624. This is the one. Yeah, 71624. There's an additional 0 there. This is the coordinates. This is elevation, 73 meters. This seems like it's repeated. Again, this is here. Don't really know what this stands for. This almost looks like another ID. However, these three are the same. Can we get a header for this? How is this structured? Station number. So in here somewhere we need to find this coordinate system, right? Latitude, longitude, that kind of thing. Except I maybe skipped it too fast. Characters 01 to 06. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep this page here. Compare both. Good. Calm down. Character 016 checks out. 710 is the identifier. It's like they put a blank in between. Anyway, blank. S indicator for synoptic statistics. Sure, what? WL something. Maybe this stands for land. This maybe is the C. So that's one other character. Synoptic receipt statistics. 14 to 37. Something like that. It looks like name. Each column represents a reporting hour of the given data type begin. Doesn't look like it. This looks something completely different. It's as if, okay, second line of station entry. These are not station entries. This, I think there are different sections here. This information. Start with fill the character numbers. First line of station entry, station information, station number, 01 to 06, and then blank. Okay, this makes more sense. Blank character. Then we have the call letters. Gotcha. Category of station exchange, worldwide, regional, local exchange. Call letters stated. Either blank or with discs. So blank station name. Good. So station names like this. List. So this actually occupies 18 characters. Then you must. Then the data type. R stands for something like this. So I think what I'll do is find Toronto. This one. Ours is IM. Intermediate synoptic hours and main. That's pretty. Keep in mind though, this is 12 character long. So here there are some. I see. So it's reserved to these letters. Some of the it's like on and off. So in this case, I and M are on, T is on too. Is complying with meta. It's interesting because that's something that came up yesterday. And then what else? ALD forecast. Ontario is the numeric reporting indicator. Looks like actually this looks like Quebec here, the one below. The N stands for province identifiers. Actually, you know, I think I skipped a few digits there. Because Ontario is here. There. Which means before Ontario, I'm missing some of this stuff. Maybe not relevant in Toronto Pearson. Okay, let's say that's not really relevant, and we will have coordinates. Yeah, country code, fine. Okay, good. Latitude, longitude, sphere, blank. Longitude, north, south, fine. Did it. So we are at this block. After W, we should have had blank. So in between north, south, and west, east, west, we have blank. As if they missed blank there. Okay. Elevation meters. Source code for C elevation. T1A. Reported station elevation. 173 meters. A is official elevation of the aerodrome. Then pressure level is 700 millibars. Okay. That's what it stands for. Then apparently right after that, we would have P1. E, reported station elevation, sea level. I see, okay, characters 77, 78, 79. Then A is not. And temperature Celsius. Okay, that's reporting units. So at sea level, I see 173 meters from sea level. Okay, fine. Then responsible agency is blank, other not specified. We have a blank case. Then North and Central America, because it's 4. This is that 4. And we will have another blank. Because after 4, we kind of have a blank there. See, this one is full, 06, but this one is not. Which is the runway direction. And then we have Y as not our reporting units. Okay, again, another latitude, longitude info. Meters blank. So this blank 112 character is, we are right here. Well, I couldn't make sense of this part. Assuming it's just one character. Knots and feet. Degrees. Okay, the Celsius degrees and meters. And pieballs are reported in feet. Okay. Okay. Sangamo, whatever. But reserved to country. Okay, Canada as country of origin. 1 MC. Colon 106, which we just looked at. We will look at MNC. Met workstation. Station located on coast. Okay. Either way, this information checks out. It makes sense. And here's about this one. The why do we have 3 of these the same? After some blank characters, we will have blank 6 characters blank. Checks out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 2, 1, 6. Then the other one is 0. Type of last change 0. Data types according to following 3 characters done. Blank date of last change. Year, month, that checks out. So it's June 3rd, 96 is the last change. That's really what it is. Source of information on station, WMO. Okay. You know, I think I kind of found what I needed. Anything in this list, in this column, that ends with WMO is a World Meteorological Organization recognized or acknowledged weather station. That's what it stands for. Because I know Toronto Pearson does. There is proof here that information on the station. Good. And this is a whole other table, I think, right below this one that explains this. Investigate that. So, 2 major questions left. One is, well, 1 question and 1. We could find the data in sort of raw format for this weather station. Hopefully it's in a central place where I can find data for other stations. So the deduction part or semi-question is, how will I know where those stations are, whether they are recognized or not? Well, they are kind of marked as WMO. So they will have all these items here that actually end with WMO are the ones that I'm after. Again, just for curiosity's sake. Actually use some kind of a fruitless exercise right now. Let me find the beginning of this. This is txt. You know what I'll do? I'll copy this. There. This I could have some minimap. Garbage. Where's up concerned? We could always get them again. Somewhere here I have that column here. This is wrapped. So yeah, manage this. I don't care. You wrap. Okay. So anything that actually has WMO here is okay, and I can break it down by country. So let me get to the end of this data. Guessing there will be an end of. Really? But there was a second group. Doesn't look like. Either way. Yeah, see, this is the con thing, that their system was. Maybe I'm not too interested in that, because maybe that has its own structure here. What I'm trying to do, see my points. I think I will need to use regular let's take this now that we sanitized a bit. Let's go to regular expressions. There's a ton of data here. In fact, the browser is freaking out right now. So, yeah, wait. Exit this. Let's go to which is big string. See if this is going to be a let's disable this. Let's not run it first. So what we are after here is, there isn't much room here, but let's assume there was, okay? What we are after is that we need some digits, because it's always numbers. It's about the date, year, month, day, okay? Some 6 digits, always, followed by WMO. That's really what the pattern is. Anything else, we don't care. So in any line, when you see this, that line is good. Capture it, move forward. So the rule for that is, see, as soon as I turn this on, it's actually running it. Do something like this. I'm going to run every single time. Change any digit. Let's just be safe. Let's say 6 times. finished with WMO. Okay. Don't replace it, please. Let's copy this result. Let's open a new document. Paste it here. Do Alt Z for. Of course, when I do this, it's doing the exact opposite of what I'm trying. Because now that I find that line, I'm actually I'm not listing it. This is a good replace tool that I wrote. Bit too jazzy. Let's. What I'll try to do at this point, I think this is solid, right? I'm here. Change this rule. We just need the list. Copy this original data. We are expecting you to do your thing. Because I have a capturing group. We don't capture it. Take the whole line. Except it's also finding that too. So we gotta do something like, well, gonna be, this might actually crash the browser. So I'm going to type it kind of in reverse order. So need this, then dot, but that's already going to do something. I will also need something like this. Put a dot here. Let's see what you're going to do. And exactly. Yeah, doing something like that in the browser with that many lines is a bit of an overkill. And here's the rule. See the list. Do your thing. Snap. Okay. See. Because this regular expression does replace, but it doesn't keep that. I think I'll use the exclude clause. Let's say going to be a weird query here. Anything but is going to be replaced with empty. When you copy, this is the old result. There you go. Except it kind of screwed up the... What's this up 0? What's the number? See, screw it up. Yeah. Where's this part, right? Gone. Yeah, because here's the thing. When you do sum numbers and WMO, it thinks of this sum numbers and selecting it all the way. So this has to be done in, more delicately. Something like, we always know there's going to be space, right? One space at least, according to their documentation. So we just have to make sure that right before this we have one space character. Except this is throwing it off. So this is a very tricky query. What I could do, is this always 6 digits? It is, it must be. So you start with 6 digits, select everything until you see another 6 digits, not followed by WMO, then delete that one. So in other words, this query that I have 6 digits, and we no longer need this space. 6 digits, anything goes. 6 digits, not that and anything else. Replace it with this. Paste it. Appear. This is okay. In fact, I'm going to so according to this rule that I wrote, the first line 0, 10, 0, 10 must be kept. It is kept. Number 2 and 3 should not be kept. They are kind of ignored, except my selector included only this part, so it says what's up, right? It's up or on. And then there's something even more funky going on here. We have some digits. Yeah, this is match 2 because why? Because it's not WMO coming right after 6 digits. We have to finesse this a bit more, which is going to happen right after I grab some tea. Okay, so let's see how we can fix the stuff here. Could also take the liberty that we can't really, right? These two or three have WMO, but not necessarily for letter ID. So we need to do something better. I think the dumbest thing I can do, give me anything that goes only as many characters as whatever, because we know that according to the specification, column 127 is always going to be there. In fact, when you come here, it's always followed by that. Even the font kind of lets you see something else. So you come here, it's always moving it to the same column number. So anything goes 127 times, which is written by I think that's going to be written any space or not space Let's delete this monstrosity. We might need that. This looks funky. Actually, you know what? Could just do this. I thought this actually gave space and non-space. Sort of does the job. Are push this again. Let's get some help here. No. White space, not white space. That's what I'm after. Which is this? Match any. That's what I'm trying to do. And do this 126 times. You know, I'll actually apply this, see if it actually works. And then WMO, because I'm after the list here, right? In this scenario. Doing your thing, list, the result, doing it. Could not find it, perhaps. Oh, it also has to continue this and ah. So this is the pattern. I think it is. Only doesn't crash. Use the raw data. Your thing. Okay, let's see if Firefox is going to handle this. Here's raw data. The pattern. It's actually having a hard time too. So my tool doesn't crash, but it's built for replacing, not listing things. Try. Let's see if error. What error? Version took, well, yeah. The WMO, anything goes. Maybe you have doing its thing. Okay. Then when you're done, don't put an end of line, just leave it as it is. The fact that we have those blue lines is a good case. Okay, I think we might be done here. So awesome. So the last batch here is all gone. Here we had one WMO. That's a happy scenario, and then one more, and then I think at some point we have a big list here. So this is it. This one. Okay. So out of 12,645, we are left with 8,000, which is still too many. Still too many, and certainly some of these cities will be very low density, so we'll skip them. But we have weather stations that are compliant with WMO. That's really what it is. So what I'll try to do at this point, I'll save this. As text file. It's a CSV file. I will call this as WMO clients weather stations. We'll get back to this file later. Okay. So what we need now is the data. So we kind of answered the second part of the question, or the deduction part. If we have these weather stations, could we access the data they are giving to weather networks or to WMO? That kind of thing. In any one of these, I will find a similar information collected. Something like this. Seems to be WMO compliant. So just for curiosity's sake, only it worked. This one seems to be okay. Platform name list, which does. Well, I guess I got the best one anyway. Another exhaustive database of stations, no position info. Mine does. Okay. Archived here. Let's just look at this one too. File not found. This is the one that we were with. Let me look at this list again. Bottom actually is. I think this is still the same long list. 900s and then 9. Yeah, that's it. So we parse this list. There was a section here about the cone statistics, which we are not really interested. So we are done with this. I think anything else here is either not working or not important. Country code lookup, enter latitude, longitude. Interesting. So there is an elevation lookup, latitude and longitude. I'm kind of curious to figure that, and I will move forward. Toronto, Pearson. Here's latitude, longitude. By giving this, we are expecting to read a result of 170. We gotta enter this as really. So the question is still this, whether we can access the weather station data by its ID. Yeah. So we again, there's a WMO ID description here. Yeah, 5-digit number, all good. Where's the data? Station data. Interesting. Okay. 10,000 manned and automatic surface weather stations. This is what I'm after. Yeah, I looked this up yesterday. None of this is taking us closer to the data itself. Talks about methodologies, administration stuff, all that. Download. And I think, yeah, I saw this yesterday. See, this is sort of my backup plan. There's this website and another one. Here's a full city list. So Canada's code is 71, and this is the 264. Except it's actually 624 here. Oh, sorry. This is a different API. This 264 is what you have to put here. Then you get Toronto weather. This 264. What that is. In fact, if you look at this in here, see, yeah. But this is not simple. This is too simple for me. This is only giving you the current situation. I'm after the historical data. historical. Okay. But this is a special program, right? Data rescue and archives will take us to exactly where minutes ago. Visited these links. Daily data report for. Yeah. This website is pretty similar to this one. In fact, it's all climate weather. Government agency. I forgot the name. Writing right there. Meteorology. I can speak. One of those government agencies. They know themselves. Yeah, so this is apparently, again, another recognized station. What I'm not so sure of is that if I pick any country, any city, it will be as clear as this website. That I don't think, I doubt I'll get their information. So let's pick a case. Since we have a good list, okay. Country code, Canada here, okay. Let's say a different country, EU. Sounds like Bulgaristan, okay. Varna, a big enough city. So in fact, this is their code, right? And one thing that I couldn't even do, actually, that's not really their code. It's actually 5. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, like, how do I even look up station's ID and their location? Here it is, elevation. So now, question is, do I have access to the data they collected? Data status. Last 52 weeks, that's like 1 year past. Okay, that's still good enough ish. It just be that this station in Varna maybe is a small one, because even in Toronto we have multiple stations. But this is already a good start. After this, we go into graphs with the pressure here, temperature, radar with the wind, neighboring stations. See, some of these might actually have longer term data. This website is gladstonefamily.net. Enter station code. Interesting. 71624 is. See, so it's all in this format. 13 data sources. Very new tab. Last 52 weeks, no longer than 52. Interesting. This is the stuff that I discovered yesterday. It's cloud high, low, middle. Yeah, these are the code numbers. And the precipitation code, at some point, one of these values is going to show snow. Yeah, code table. This is what we were looking at yesterday. Tendency of the pressure, whether it's actually, yeah, increasing or steady, then decreasing. So this is actually making a lot of sense to me right now. And here's the documentation that we did, well, in a very long PDF file, but here's another source, which seemed to have deviated from its original intent. Bye. Yeah, and I have to write some kind of converter from viewpoint to relative. So this is actually a good source, Gladstone Family Net. It's keeping the data as far back as 52 weeks, so that's okay. So this actually kind of looks like one of those last resort options too. I'll write it down. I might have to come back to this. It's about finding something that is reliable, standard, that kind of. If the data formats are different, then Gladstone Family Net. Search. That's that. Here's another website. Interesting. This is what I'm after. It's official. Monthly Varna minimum temperature. It's promising. All right. Funny thing is, this domain looks weird. Climate Explorer. Climate Explorer. So how could I access Climate Explorer? European Climate Assessment Dataset under KNMI. Looks like or like data or because I think I looked this up. Find it. Community platform. No, it's okay. I have access to it, kind of. Let's see. I can display the anomalies. Like this. Okay, maybe I want to download the data. So something like daily station data. Okay. Can I download the raw data? This looks like it's switched to Dutch daily data. This one. Go back. Arna. I was hoping this would be for Varna, but metadata, raw data. When you say raw data or PDF, are you going to output this in a graphic? Yeah, well, that's very helpful of you. Right-click Save Images. So, retrieving data from this adjusted database with Global Historical Climatology Network. I think I accessed this yesterday. Data sources. Let's look at this. Countries, flags. I think under products I was looking. It's from a different domain, similar structure. Look at Canada. While it's opening. these to be the station numbers. Before. Yeah, this is the Canadian ID system, right? This doesn't really count. We talked about somewhere climate ID. So it's what 6.1 blah blah. Doesn't even exist. That's weird. Okay. Close enough, but Toronto Malvern. Okay. Okay. Well, this is actually still a little bit helpful. It's only going to list us. This is all the flag stuff. This is the data. I'm afraid this is only going to include those images. 40 megabytes. This looks like that same abbreviation. It's downloaded. Good sources. That's it though. README status and the other two zip files. So let's see. This still doesn't exist. This looks like dates. So looking at the zip file, which actually comes with a data file, something like export this. I mean, extract it to. Okay. Which is this? So here's 157 megabytes file. Open it. Okay. Maybe later. Those are good file. How to make sense of this file? What do these numbers mean? This looks like year. This looks like maybe April 16th. ACW. MGM. Always TAVG. There's something like YYZ. Let me see, because that's our code. Oh. So whatever this is, I have no idea. I'm willing to delete it. Like garbage. We are done with this, so good. Also, no. Where are we? Input sources, whatever it is, I don't know. And it seems like these are just two more zip files. It's the same thing. Version 4 or not. There's hourly data dated last year in September. Okay. Daily. Updated sort of recently. Okay, by station. Reassuring. When it's taking this long, it's actually parsing all the items. Could this be the raw data I need daily? It might very well be with these codes. Yeah, YYZ. We haven't even hit the bottom yet. Still spinning. Yep, I pushed the scroll down to US 1 more time. Yep, still parsing. The modified date is still the same date. It's like 11 minutes, 17 minutes. But the fact that this is looking different, it's a different station of that day. Well, maybe not, because maybe the data long list of daily measurements for the last, I don't know how. So let's do YYZ. It does exist. Nope, it does not. So let's look 71 624. That doesn't exist either. I'm afraid this is all US weather stations. Read me by station. Yeah, see, this is a different standard. They are not complying with the W status. Okay, so let's try to open one of these and so this is temperature max. Know that. This looks like 1964 April 1st. In fact, come all the way down. Yeah. So unfortunately, this information is also useless. Go back. So daily by station was Go to buy year. Something like 2000. Big data. Read me. Similar information. So, I'm afraid this is still the same. Yeah, DHCN data for data specification. Year 2000. Open it. January 1st, T-Max 278. Comma. How many rows do you have? How many lines? Still parsing it. 3 million, no, 34, almost 35 million. Unfortunately, it's not helpful. I already looked at that. Okay. I'm kind of afraid to go this way. Because if that file was big, 150 megabytes, only for year 2000. Mind you, what I didn't look at was, well, but let's see, that was for all stations, right? Yeah, I cannot really make a judgment about that. See, for this station, I'm guessing, on this date, temperature minimum, precipitation, temperature average. So we have 3 measurements here. Then another one, same day, for a different station. And this one actually measured max, mean, and average. The other one is only doing mean and average. So again, data is not. So what are you bringing up? It's the daily all file. Okay. This is okay for that specific station today. Again, this feels like American. Hopefully, if I go up, global temperature at the station. data empty. Time series. File size is surprisingly not that many files. Ooh, someone put a Blizzard folder here. But that's not the game company Blizzard. Weather condition. So, get excited. CDO rings a bell because I was looking at yeah, there's a CDO path in one of my. Yeah, they were offering sample PDF and data files, so I guess that's pulled from here, which is not like, maybe they don't really have the data here. Maybe it's in a database and I cannot really see it. That might very well be the reason. Download. Global Data Bank. Daily. Stage 5. GB. Is it worth down? A version of GHCN Daily, which is again going to give me just the temperatures and averages. Don't care. Kind of getting desperate here. I think I might have to go back to my backup plan. Fortunate though. After all the research I've done. Look at you. $2,000. What is this? It's the hour? What is the 999? Unable to open this file. There's a file in the zip. I get lucky here. Same file type. There is no file extension. Let's just drop it in file system. Let's call it CSV. So okay, so it was a CSV file. Something else, something else, something else. Precipitation inches. Maximum temperature. Minimum temperature. Average station pressure. So, question. This belongs to where? Year 2000. I see some code. Yeah, this looks so useful to me, all this stuff, but I cannot differentiate this from another file into which location this data belongs to. Is there a readme file for this? Isn't. Country list. Same idea. Some readme file. Integrated surface hourly. Okay. The file names correspond with the station number listed in the ish history. US AF number. I think this is the US Air Force. They also have weather stations. That's W10 number. Okay, for this corresponds to look at this to see 5-digit station. But then again, this is a different system used in the United States. It's not necessarily the WMO, so I'm afraid that information will only be limited to the American station. So, although I care about that, I'd rather have worldwide information. However, they are also talking about country lists. Ish. They said ish something, right? Ish file. History. Like this. Ish history. Keep looking, man. Country. Station number. Hall number. I think I'll look for YYZ. Yeah, and I know it's CYYZ for. Okay. 71624. That's reassuring. So I bet this is, yeah, the WMO number, and they said the 5-digit number is the, whatever the fuck was this. Okay, this one, which they marked as 5 nines because it's a non-American thing. Okay, and this just seems to be all the US Army forces, or sorry, Air Forces. Kind of goes along with the WMO ID, the extra 0 in there. Means in a file like this, I might be able to find what I need. 71624. Except this is for a completely different whacked situation here. Okay, so for year 2000, which 71624. This is Toronto Airport year 2000 records. Kind of confident it is. I will kind of know by snow accumulation and such, so let's do Alt Z. Sense of this. It's as if the other file had more information. Like, look at this one. Look at this one. This has all this stuff here. This one doesn't. Yeah, year 2000, December 31st, 23. Could it be you know what? This kind of looks like what I was. It's weird. This might be the data, and maybe I don't even know what I'm looking at, right? Because that N looks like being 0. It's about the cloudiness, and I do remember something starting with V. So let me look at my notes. So section 0. So day of the month, time of observation. Maybe that's that first part, okay? Followed by this looks like elevation. This is latitude, longitude. Okay. So CYYZ is station number or the code. We move on to section 1, precipitation data, IR, IX. This is not following that WMO standard, but what I think might be happening is that this V was horizontal visibility. It's talking about visibility. Then when you are done with that, you move on to N value, which is the cloud cover. Comes right after. And after N, you have the true wind direction and the wind speed in units. Okay. Seems to be followed by another 2N. Then according to WMO standard, it is followed by air temperature, the sign. Cannot tell whether that is sign with the temperature or not. And then there's the dew point and relative humidity. Pressure. So here is what's going to happen. Either I will really look hard to find WMO compliant data, or I will try to mix all different exercises. This may have something. Is there a README thing? Outside is no, which is something that I was reading. Integrated surface data. Ish. History. Okay. Data format documentation. Ish format document. Open it. Every record is of variable length and is comprised of a control manager data. Maximum record size. Block length. Okay. Report including date, time, station, location. Data fields will be in positions identified in the applicable data definition. Control data section, which is this section, is fixed length and is 60 characters long. So in other words, 6. I guess it could be maximum 56. Sorry, 60. 6. Mandatory data section. The mandatory section. Geological information. Basic elements such as winds, visibility, temperature. I'm guessing this is just generic information that I. Oh, control data section. Let's pull you here. Here. Nope. This. Get this. Position 1 to 4 is 0180. This includes remarks, additional data, element quality section, number of characters in the variable data section. In fact, these numbers are either the same or variable, okay. Total record length, the total record length, 105 plus the value stored in this field. So by that logic, these two lines should be of the same length and this one should be 11 characters long. Let's check that out. Going to go to the end of this line and 11 characters shorter will be the last two lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, in some sense of that. Good. Moving on. Fixed weather station, USAF master station. 5 digits. because I know what I'm doing here. It's Toronto. This fixed weather station. That's the U.S. state, U.S. Standard number system there. Okay, fine. Geophysical point observation date, which is in this format: year, month, 2000, December 31st. Observation time. It is 4 digits, so it's 2300. Okay. And position 28, which is their character 4. Data source flag number 4. Hourly observation. Okay. This is yeah. And after that we have 5 plus here. Okay. 43,670. That's the coordinate for the. Yeah, I see. When we see plus, it's north. If it's minus, it's the southern hemisphere. So in fact, if we type this, it's minus, it's west. Yeah, in the longitude. So in fact, if we type this, I think we'll find Canada or Toronto. Which Google will think. Here it is. I type 0. That's actually 79. There has to be something said about that. Yeah, Gate Gourmet Canada. Yeah, Thermo King. Yeah, that's the airport. Fucking airport. Okay, so that 0 is basically it was 3 digits. It's padded. Okay. Yeah, it's even 1 digit. And after that, we have FM. Let's look at this. FM. This is the specification that I read in up report. That's what it is. And in fact, this is actually 15, which is METAR aviation. Okay. So around 9 o'clock, they actually issued a synop measurement. So somewhere here, interesting. I was looking at FM12, but they seem to issue these in FM15 or 16 more regularly. Let's see. Synoptic and METAR merge report. We'll get there. We'll get there. So then you have plus something. Your physical point observation elevation. So plus is above sea level 100. Okay. And then you have the station call identifier. Okay, so far so good. This part is good. Meteorological point observation. Now, this is the part that I'm trying to make sense of. This is complying with the M15. Means I will have to open this file and then investigate some stuff. M15. Specifically this one. it might be complying with this rule set. Let's go back. Yeah, automated or manual. So in this case, it's VO2. Not 4-digit though. No, it's actually 3 digits. Why the okay, 3 digits. Okay, VO2, automated quality control. Then we have the mandatory data section. It's not a separated block, but it's sort of a wind observation. Position 61. Let me, this is, here there's a bit of disconnecting. Elevation for sure. Here it is. 52, 56, fine. From 57 to 60. Is this okay? Now we are in the 03 part. Is this going to on? So right away we have wind observation direction angles. So the fact that this says 032 or 03, I think this was in increments of 10 clockwise direction between true north and the direction wind. So this is 32 degrees. That's the angle. Okay. Then the direction is the next one. So which is one character, 64. Kind of feels like this one. Has gross limits check. And normal. The way they did it, it's skipped here. There's an extra 0 here that they didn't mention. I knew there was some index skipping here. There was something funny looking. Okay, so in essence, after VO2, there's an extra 0 here, and this is 320. That's really what it is. It's not 032. After 320, you have 1 and n. So 1 in this context is past all quality control checks, and it's normal wind observation. Okay. And right after that, you have speed. We did the direction, normal, and then speed. We did n. So right after n, we have speed as like maximum 0.9. So there is actually an extra 0 here. Sure, okay, there's observation speed rate. So that's like max is 0900, it's 900 meters, which is a lot. Is by, okay, 4 digits. So did we really have that much wind that day? And then here it's actually 1131, so more than max. It almost looks like this should be okay. After n, there is no extra zero. This is actually 0093, so 3 meters per second because it's 4 digits. Okay, my bad. So here's 66, 4 digits. Here. Okay. Feed quality control, and it's going to say, what is it going to say? 1. Means it passed all quality control checks. Quality windage. Sky condition. Assuming this is gonna go for a while. And we'll be able to find this data in that. This is the lowest cloud thing that I was reading. And I don't know how much of that information is corresponding with this order here. This is the cloud information I believe. See, this could be the code, the group CCC. Yeah, stations thing, which kind of comes after in the case. Then you have nil auto, which is what? Automated observations. Then you have this stuff. Through direction. So that's what they did. They started with the direction and the speed. And then they go, I think, with visibility, this V. Let's look at this document. Sky condition, visibility stuff. Kind of came first in that other one. But it's about making sense of the available data. I don't think I can find the data the way I want it. Some stuff here. Visibility stuff, as I was. Here, temperature. And I think after this, they usually move forward with the degrees Celsius. Scaling factor 10. I'm curious about this position 8892 because I'm five digits. Plus or minus, so definitely minus in Toronto. Degrees Celsius. So what am I supposed to think of this? 0932. Since it can't be minus 932 degrees back because that would be colder than the universe itself. Or it makes sense. This is actually 93 degrees. The fact that it says scaling factor, this is actually scaled 10 times. So they are Are they measuring it as far as 61 degrees? In other words, whatever value I'm seeing, I'm going to divide it by 10, which will make this. Yeah, I don't take the first 0. It's 90 degrees? What? Okay, I understood it. I think. Because they put it here as 5 digits. But if you look at the column numbers, this 1 is talking about the quality of this mission. That 1 is basically saying it passed all quality control checks. That's the position result. This one, 90. Okay. Because I don't know why Americans like to count their things this way, but when you say position 93 to 93, I guess they only mean this digit. So instead of 93 to 94, you can see here, right? This is the 1 step forwards, 1 unit occupying shit there, okay? Some space. Because this is 93 to 93, which is 0 selection. Anyway, so if you don't take the first 0, and if you divide the other 3 digits by 10, this is actually 9, which means it's minus 9 degrees. So on December 31st, 1 hour before midnight, in year 2000 in Toronto, it was minus 9 degrees. That's what it is. Okay, air temperature observation, dew point temperature. Okay, this is important because from here we'll go to humidity, and pressure is followed. Okay. Additional data section. Now, when we get to 105, is here. Again, when they say 105 to 105, that actually means 105 to 106, which is this last one, which usually denotes the quality check of the atmospheric pressure observation. It's a hectopascal value. It's 5 digits. So this is, you divide this by 10, which basically looks like normal air pressure to me. 10, 16, good air pressure, I believe. It's around that range. So after that, we go into additional data section. Liquid precipitation, very important stuff for me. No rain, precipitation type, that kind of thing. So in the end, we are getting to the point where we'll write a parser on a data structure like this. So it will know between, let's say, between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock. It says 10 o'clock. It's going to rain for like 1 hour. That's the prediction. Then the game will show the amount of rain and whatever visually. And at the next hour, we are going to find. Of course, this will be kind of randomized to a certain extent. But at least we know the tendencies of the weather. That's really what it is. Look at this section again. So, period quantity in hours. Which is kind of here. Depth dimension. Condition code. Okay, because sometimes it snows, but there's no accumulations. And then this is then quality code. Again, past all quality control. This is kind of interesting too, because if the measurement is suspect, then no. Liquid precipitation monthly total. This is some bonus information. The funny thing is, at this point, instead of going with the character numbers or position numbers, they are now going with lengths. It's okay, except you now have to keep track of your lengths, because at this point we don't know at which character or where the cursor is. Something here. Why would you want to change in the middle of the document? Oh, let's see. Here in 105 was the quality. See, it's not even there. So it's ADD. Yeah, this was pressure. This is the quality. So now we are at ADD. For additional data. Right there. Then we have GD. Stands for what? The identifier that denotes the beginning of the additional data set. The specific domain comprised of the ASCII code. Precipitation data doesn't start with AA. This one does. This is separate situation. I wanna check something here. This AA1. There's another AA1, which goes along with synoptic data. This too. So I'm not sure if I'll trust the FM ones, because they are kind of concerned with something else. AA1, another synoptic. AA1. So I may have to parse this so that I'm only reading the SIMT block. FM 15 and 16 are aeronautical things. So I don't know what GD stands for. Station data. This is the AB1 versus A1. Okay, this is historical precipitation observed. 24. Still there. AE1, still precipitation. AG1. Boy, a lot of precipitation going. Maximum short duration. Snow depth. You know what I'm also suspicious about? Whether these code... Oh, okay, yeah, they are repeating too, which is kind of worse. From here to here, it's talking about rain, but then from here to here, it's talking about snow, like, you know, that kind of thing. So they are kind of combined. There's even AI 1 and 2. I just saw somewhere. This one, AP1 snow depth, sure will come soon. And eventually we'll run out of A numbers. Weather occurrence AT. Stuff. Lots of data. AX1, AY1, AY2, past weather observation. Okay, and then there's the GD, which actually happened here right away. We'll see. My concern now is whether this GD has its own AA1 blocks. So maybe they are not always ordered, right? Problematic. So here's GF after G. There's MA, there's MW, and eventually it finishes here. And even this is, however long it is, it's going to stop at some point. Synoptic data, right? Yes. So let's keep going here a little bit more. I see MA, MD, so those are for other things. MW, so there's certainly something else going on there. Remsin, this Remsin rings a bell. And then there's some space. This kind of space and 311 something is also happening here. Okay. Fine. So in other words, in the additional data section, things are broken down by lengths and sort of identifiers, which come in a certain random combination too, which might. So I cannot really trust the order. Because now we are in letter C, but apparently I've seen G or even M. So I believe this is gonna go soon. This is like this one. Okay, see, GA1, so we are getting somewhere. Sky cover. And because this is the airport, they're interested in height and that stuff. GE. Did I miss GED? I did miss GED. Sky cover summation state. View scattered broken. Okay. This is the coverage. Okay. Quality of the. It's the type of the cloud. This is the end notation in that other. This is making some more sense. Keep going. GG stuff. Cloud layer. At some point, I'm either going to hit another additional info group, or we'll move on to the next section after the blanks. Hail data. Yeah, this is all weather conditions. Heating, cooling factors. Okay, extreme temperatures. Temperature and humidity. Pressure will come soon. So I have a lot of work to do here. Wind data. See, initially it gives you wind data and direction. But here's a more broken down version that's talking about like maximum gust, that kind of thing. So the parser, if I'm ever going to write one, I feel like I'm formulating the sentence. Let's look at this one. Here's the identifier. We'll see one. Field length is 3. OB1. So assuming all the fields IDs are 3 characters. So we gotta first know that we have just read the final bit of the previous patch. Then we are reading like the next 3 characters. So we hit OB1. There's some kind of reference table that I'll create, which is going to say, hey, you're in OB1, which means hourly, sub-hourly, wind section, identifier, whatever. That actually lookup table must contain enough information about the length of properties so I can get to the end of it, which means that if there's another ID coming after some of these field lengths, some length of field, not English, but then eventually I will hit the next ID. So looking at this ID, I will figure out, hey, I have to read 5 characters for this, 1 for this, and then I will read another 3 IDs, or letters for the next ID. This will go on as many times until we hit that space character. Now we get the sea surface temperature data. So this whole additional section has immaculately. We're at W. I'm only guessing that we are running letters in the alphabet, so remarks data section. This is still like because we are not starting with some numbers. It feels different. Yeah, I don't think we are at that point yet. Actually, we are kind of there. It's the remarks, but that's again one of the IDs, just like MW1 is one. So we are at REM. I guess they usually shove it near the end. Let's look at that REM. The music group. After REM, here's the field length 3. So let's look at this last one, which says met. Okay, it's meta remarks, and I believe the 5 or 6 from the bottom will say sign, or because that's the one we were looking at. This one near the end here, it's going to say ram sin. Still haven't got to the end. Ram sin. So I'm right. And I guess 1 is going to talk about what? Observation remark length quantity 3 3 characters. Length quantity, and I have no idea what that means, but it's sin 112. Okay, and then I know what this AAXX stands for. That's why I'm surprised to see this here. Because the synoptic ones use this AA XX. The fact that I see this here, I'm confident there will be an RAM sin. In fact, here we are going to see this. So there is some consistency here. It's not all bad. Guess I'm going to turn into a weather expert guy soon. This is making some sense, but after we see that number with the sin, in this case it's this, we have, according to the specification, we have maximum 999 characters of geophysical point observation. So as many remark texts as possible. It's really kind of what I understand. And after that, element quality data section. This still feels like this field might be in this area. I don't think we have made our way here yet. So I'm a bit cautious about part, especially by the fact that this actually comes with some letters, and all I see is numbers. Okay, moving forward. Original observation data section. Again, QNN. Data is finished. What the fuck? Okay, so I mean the thing is finished. So what's all this? this. And there's a comma here. I mean semicolon. So let's keep in mind that this is a comma separated value file. In this case, they might have used semicolon for the delimiter. In that case, this is the third field. This file doesn't have a header though. Don't really know what the fields stand for, but you're understanding this section, except this part. This CYYZ again, I know it's Toronto. Let's see if this information is repeated here. 3121. EQD. Remark. RAM. Have I missed anything here? Have been relevant. Let's go back to the end of that section where I thought it made some sense, and then this is where it stopped being meaningful. EQD, element quality data. Let's put you here. Let's pull you here. Could you? What the? There is no EQD here. Don't really see EQD. EQD after the. Huh. So when they separated some of the sections, they I see. Okay, they did not really specify the cutoff point by the character. EQD element quality data. Let's look at this one. This one doesn't come with one. Again, because this is kind of that synoptic case, right? And I think all the other synoptic ones, yeah, whether they will have it or not. This one is not synoptic, for example, so it has. This one has. This one has. They are not synoptic. See, this one is synoptic AX, so that goes with this, and in the end, you're not going to have EQD, but you have MET. This is also MET too. So maybe this MET exists for synoptic ones. And I'm kind of curious that if I'm ever going to take the synoptic ones. Definitely not element quality. Need to find another section that actually talks about MET, which is QNN. It's a whole other I think there are some pages missing here. I saw something like this. This building. The fact that this exists here makes me think this document is sort of abruptly finished. I am guessing that I have got all the pertinent information. I like to think. One can never know what they are missing. They are not seeing the rest of the document. So, question. For the year 2000 in Toronto, we have, starting the first day of the year, last day of the year, over 10,000 observations. We need to take a short break and reveal the next level of madness. Okay. So here is a premature plan. I do have that file, WMO compliant weather stations. It's madness. So we do know that these weather stations are recognized by this organization, right? WMO. It just happens that on a different website, let me turn things down a bit for my own sake. Here I found some data. More specifically, it was Toronto, right? So this is all year 2000. For year 2000, this weather station in Toronto, that's the data we are looking at. And we just made some sense of these lines. And I'm thinking I'm going to do another regular expression to filter out only the psi empty ones here. Alternatively, I will keep the FM15 or 16, but I have to figure out their own code system. Either way, this seems like the way to go. Now, the missing link here for year 2000, for many other years, this statement will be pretty much the same. But let's say for year 2000, just like we are doing it for Toronto, do I actually need this next file? I don't know what this weather station is. Looking at the 71, it's in Canada and it's just one number higher than Toronto. There's no guarantee it's in even in the same province, that kind of thing. So this other file is going to give me that in fact, if I do 5 here, it's in Ontario. It's Petawawa. Now, question is, from the game's point of view, in terms of like the urbanization and the number of people live in that, is Petawawa significant location for people to play? Much as it might be a lovely town, game is going to be in larger urban areas where it's a lovely place. There's even military museum, whatever. So apparently you could actually visit places here. Okay. And let's see how far is it to well-known places: Ottawa, Toronto, Quebec City. Okay, so see, this is insignificant in terms of population as far as the game's narrative goes. It's not urban enough, let's say. No offense, it's urban enough, but maybe we could find the data. Like, we actually have the data, but we could actually expand from it. So maybe what I should do is, should be narrowing this list down. Out of all these weather stations, find the places all around the world where there's a significant amount of people and urbanization. So with those code numbers, I will then come here, find it here, and collect the data for year 2000 and so on and so forth. There are multiple stages here. So I'm kind of claiming that we are 100% done. Okay, we do have accurate weather data. In fact, we do have historical. Okay. Now, this is going to be an exciting exercise, storing weather data smartly in Godot. I think what I'm going to do before that, define stations this almost sounds like collecting data, but it's not exactly collecting, it's sort of massaging at this point. It's really bad. Checking the stream. Okay, good. See, seems like it's updating in the stream. Fine. So WMO compliant weather stations. Out of this list, I have to narrow down another list. Now, this is going to be an interesting because how the hell am I going to find the population? Now, there was a page where it talked about like finding the elevation and some shit that was not working. So we need to most likely bind this to an API. Or I might already exist, except they are not maybe obvious about it. Gladstonefamily.net site. And I do have open somewhere here. Gladstone. Station code. There you go. So let's try to do something like station code. If I look this up, it's this. Or do I give this? I think it found from this, which is happy because not everything has the 4-letter code. Here, if I give this, are you going to be smart enough? Kenya. Jan Mayan. Awesome. Good. Perfect. Latitude, longitude, it's 70, 47, 49, something like that. 66, you're doing it according to this. Okay. So yeah, I'm 100% confident that is done. However, do we have population information? I'm going to set an arbitrary number, like 500,000 people or above is good enough. Population. I think this name is also descriptive enough that maybe I'll search a population lookup thing. These two are kind of the same place. Different ID. The elevation is different. One is literally 4 meters above the other one. I think in one of these websites there was something about interesting. Geo name status. Enter location name. Example pets. Example Petavala. Oh. It's populated place. Population. Although we have many hits, only this one is filled out. See if this is coming from an API or is a result of. So they have to write some kind of a query system that checks if feature class column has in the TD we have population. We'll read the value. Small. Basic DOM lookup. That if it always starts with this space and then the rest, and then we'll do string to integer thing and decision making. Let's pick another name from the list. Pick Jan Mayen. Probably butchering the name. Here it is, population 18. Svalbard and Jan Mayen. First order administrative decision. Division. 7059. This seems different than this one. This is the one we are after. 7059. Movie here, sir. 7056. In fact, this is a different one. 6. Eight 52 15. 8. There's also next, but we actually do know. Still giving me next. You filter it further, advanced. Populated locality 70 56 59. Close enough. 839. So it's close to the population. Populated. Except I don't think nobody is there. It's top of the mountain. I'm honestly going to look it up because I'm that kind of EXP. That's like maybe there it is. The airport landing strip. Yep. Where is the city? Any kind of urban. There's a weather station here. Who knew, right? Right at the end of this airfield. Like a bunch of things are stacked here. I have no idea what it is. There's a hotel here, airport parking. This looks like beach. There was something in this direction. It's another. You wanna go for a swim? A big ass mountain. Where are we? Oh, okay, we're in the middle of ocean there. So here is I'm curious about. Although I said city village, it found something. It's not really. Okay, I can actually click this. Populated locality. I guess it's the 18 people airport. Thing is, before I chose this, was population in one. Was that for a different search? No, Tawava has more people. Maybe this is what I thought I saw, but I remember 18. Do you remember search? Of course, not in Norway. Oh, I see. When I limited the search to this, of course, that's it. Svalbard and first order administrative. This is it. If you look this up, which 70. This is slightly different. This is going to maybe put us in the population area. Here's, yeah, okay, it kind of does actually. Here, yeah, it was maybe a mistake to be in this mode. I thought that I would see some houses, but maybe there aren't that many to make any kind of mark here. Either way, I think the airport is here. Yeah, there, the weather station is here. And this looks like 3 kilometers away. Either way, 18 people is not enough for doing an urban farming operation. I think these people are importing their food. Thanks to Mr. Wiki, we have a good idea about what this place looks like. Mr. Wiki is the hero of the day. Like he travels. Okay, so in other words, I'm trying to refine what I'm going to type and get ideally one page of result Because if I'm writing my parser roller, I kind of wanna be done within the page instead of like if the information is on an image. So I've already provided this. I do have access to the country code. All I want to know is if the country code is the same structure or not. It's like so Jean Mayen, and maybe I'll skip this part and I'll feed the part. Here's another Norwegian. Tromsø is another big place name, I think I remember. So this should give us population. Another population. And list is going on. So we'll limit this by this. Still too many. Is it safe to assume that number one result is the most relevant result? In that case, we could do this. Let's pick another one. Norway. Røros City, Røros Airport. At Røros. What's up? This is good news. Of course, Oslo is. Thing is, if I'm going to write some kind of parser, it will most likely come in this fashion. No records found in GeoNet, showing Wikipedia. So, massage data. Population 580,000. Good news, number one is one. If we do put this, let's see, even with the 0, you're going to manage it. You're going to find me Oslo. We don't need the 5 digits. Oslo, Garden Mall, Norway. Because I think I'm going to do this in a few. And let's keep in mind that this is not exactly the city center. This is a weather station in Oslo. As you can see, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere, I bet, in Oslo. City center is actually isn't Oslo. You're going in the wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Well, not by the sea, but you know what I mean. It's still sea. Where were we here? Let's. Yeah, it's here. This is Oslo. Yeah. So you are where? somewhere here. This ENGM. Yeah. So for yeah, I have to do this carefully because there are too many layers in this. Because I have over 8,000 records, so these records have to first hit like say even here, Toronto. We have, well, in this case, there's only one recognized station, which is okay, but I don't think there are duplicates really, like 2 weather stations in Ottawa. The fact that there is nothing Ottawa, kind of concerning too. No, Ottawa. Okay, I was right. Mistyping is Ottawa. It's Ottawa. Because of course this must be the capital for fuck. Okay, but in other words, in the same country, province, I don't think we have repeating names except here. I think I saw 1 or 2. Right? This 2. This is a bad case. I guess some places will have multiple weather stations. Cities or so I need to sanitize this list because as fewer as possible, or as few as possible to hit the website over there to crawl the data. They don't sue us. I'm joking, kind of, but I also like you don't want to take their server down by 1,000 requests. Like this is the case that I'm worried about. Now, I don't think this matters much because I don't think this place is more than 500,000 people. I don't care. Another approach I could have is that I sit down and then write down sort of the number of cities that actually have more than 500,000 people. It's of course an arbitrary number. Then find those names and like hit the servers. But that's a manual effort. This seems more fun. So download web service. Database dump and web service API. Client libraries. I see. Okay. So there's some helpful code here. Such as this. And this is the libraries documentation here. Okay, see, this is what you sent. Place name. That's exactly what we are trying to do. You Oslo place name, countries NO. There. this. And also feature class is P, which is this value. Somewhere here we will have we should have something about it's not a required one, so I think none of this is also going no. Look up feature. Okay. Returns the closest populated place feature class P. Find nearby toponym reverse geocoding. Web service REST. API geonames org. Find nearby parameters. Latitude, longitude, which I could pass, which is good. Feature class, which is P. And then the radius. Okay, that's useful too. Maybe we'll do like within 5 tank. What are you returning though? It's also available in this. Awesome. Returns the closest toponym for the example. Username is demo. This is the latitude, longitude. Are you giving me population, sir? 30. But I'm nearby. I'm near my populated place. Again, it's and we ask what we want. You know, they must be using their own API. We already looked that up right there. It's still a normal. This is the GET request. Extended find. There's a most detailed information. I'm confident, yeah, they have something like that. So here's the same idea. The path is slightly different. Earth, sure. Europe, Switzerland, this. Okay, so what if we do something like latitude, longitude, decimal, right? Not exactly decimal. You could pretend it's decimal. This. And do two east. To be 52. Russian Federation, Kirov Oblast, Pervovskaya. Doesn't ring. Bergen, Florida. This is Norway. Okay. The decimal is not working here. So what we need to do is, said, if you are going to use that service, you could also use, with this one, you can only pass lat and not even feature class. It's a combination of several services. In the US, it returns the address information. Other countries. The thing is, so what's the you probably find a decimal converter for it. Was I going for 6023? Here. It. Let's see how big of a difference it will make. Still, we are still in Russian Federation. This looks wrong. This looks okay-ish. I'm confused. Are we in Russia? So what happened to Norway? Northeast. By the way, did I copy the wrong number? Oh, you know what? This is not 52. This is 520. Because, I mean, basic geography, right? Look here. Greenwich, 5 degrees. 50 is like way over. So that's 5.2. Again, approximating it. There you go. Bergen. And this is not exactly most accurate. You gotta put the 2 here, which is going to be close enough anyway. But take this and now put it here. So 38 or 03. A little bit more fine-tuned. The hourly limit of 1,000 credits. Why done that? Oh, for the demo. So I guess someone else was using it. We won't. Which makes me think that if I keep hitting the server, they might actually ban me. Now that I'm actually doing this. 'Cause I have no excuse to bitch about it if they actually. Can we sign up? We talked about username. Username. Commercial web service. Yeah, okay, we were on this page. For 250 euros. I don't need this one time though. Like, I don't think I'm going to doing this hour by hour. It's a useful service, but I don't want to abuse it. Sooner or later, I'm going to find the limitation. We want to do something like population lookup by coordinates, world population distribution, API, please. Back to available APIs. It is United States, not global. This is actually really looking appealing. World Cities database, maybe. Okay. To date. File format, basic. Is this behind a payment model or not? Prominent cities, large. Okay, pro. I see. Number of entries. I think if this is covering most cities, I might be. Contribution required. Gladly. Basic database. Download. With this pre-populated tweet on Twitter. Let's do it right now. Of course, if you write something like that, it's kind of insulting to some people, but okay, done. Download. Done. We have CSV. Here it is. City, ASCII code, latitude, longitude, country, Japan. Yeah, if this ISO code is matching the entries in the other document, we are covered, because sometimes this is what they do. Japan is like Nippon or whatever, they do a different abbreviation. Turkey is one of them, I think. TROTU. Yeah, okay, Turkey. Yeah, this is, and then I've even seen the T. Okay. We'll see. I don't want to do another conversion. Population is red. Okay, so we are getting one step closer to world domination. How many entries do I have? 40,000, they said. I'm going to find population. The funny thing is, I think most of this will be okay. So it's already population ordered. The cutoff point here. So that makes my life easier. So 500,000. 1/3 of the file. But I saw Cuba there. Literally, that's a Turkey. Yeah, if we ever if I ever finish this game, maybe we'll include some little cities too. 500,000 right there. Luanda, Angola, Velas. For the fine people of Angola and Mexico, I'm including you. So out of 40,000-ish, we are down to, what's the number? What I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to save this file as the project folder. Could help myself. World cities. Now, where do we go from here? I think dinner has to be investigated. So let me look into that situation. Be back. Okay, food will arrive in due time. In the meantime, um, what if we sorted this? For what fucking purpose, you might ask? Do we really want to have China as like half the cities here, right? I understand it's a big geography, but it's about variety too, right? Could pick maybe two or three cities at most for the country, maybe five. I don't know. Seems I'm already seeing like 10 Chinese cities versus 50. How would we do that kind of order? It's probably some kind of group by data tool somewhere. Nevertheless, imagine we did that. So now we have to take into account this file. Actually, from here we were seeking, right, population. We kind of do have that, but we gotta match this to a weather station code here. Then with that code, we are going to find this. Can I automate this? Because I'm still going to do it once. Like, for example, let's take this Mazatlan, okay? The least populated example. We don't have it here. So does it even matter? Mexico, MX, okay? So country code MX for this one. I don't think that was actually ordered. So it's ordered by this ID. It's gonna keep up Mexico. Somewhere here. Mazatlan. Not exactly Mazatlan. Is there a typo? Let's look at the latitude, longitude. Are they even close enough? Let's pull you here, sir. Mexico, Mazatlan. Where did I see Mazatlan? 231.2 north. Oh, this is decimal. This is definitely west. This is marked as west. This MX is definitely for Mexico, right? Because I remember city names here. La Paz. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is Mexico. Okay, not. Yeah, Merida International Airport. Yeah, and soon enough I'll hit Mexico. So MX is Mexico, not some. So the fact that I couldn't find Mazatlan, but I just coincidentally saw Mazatlan. For butchering the. So I don't think even if you use the decimal converter, this is going to close enough. because we are still acclimatizing. So where do we still have that converter? I don't think it honestly matters, man. It doesn't even make sense. 2, 3, 1, 2. That doesn't make any sense at all. So we are around. Oh, okay. Divide by 100, 70, 56. So it's 23.12 north. And this one is 106.25 west. Convert to decimal. 23.2 doesn't check out. And when they say west, this is actually 106. Well, it's just a sign. So it's not the same place. So Mazatlan and Mazatlan, they are two different places according to coordinates. In fact, if we were smart about this, they've found that Mazatlan in fact is 500,000, except this also looks like 500,000 too. I am starting to get concerned about data quality. Is there a place called Mazatlan? Municipality in Mexico. The municipality had a total population of. So, in other words, this is a typo. They're actually indeed talking about Mazatlan, but because this is just not making sense. Both places are C. Mazatlan is completely different. They are not even close. This one is here. The other one is close to the Guatemala border. Okay, how can you trust the data here? And we have Mazatlan here too. So apparently, in fact, this is actually the Wikipedia number. So we cannot really trust this part. Let's look at the coordinates. 23, 22, which is what I found. And this is 106 something. 42. 42. So this doesn't quite exist in our data system. So which is actually okay, because when I'm parsing this, I'm going to hit this here anyway. I have to be careful that I am searching in this field, not in, because the fancy letters are not. So we would have skipped this one by virtue of not finding it in this one. So we are still okay. Will we be able to find Belas? In fact, we won't. So just because there's 500 people doesn't necessarily mean it's weather station format that we. And also, this list is. I also simplified this list. This used to be long too. This list used to be 12,000. Maybe here we'll actually find. In fact, we don't. Kind of makes me think that that place is not complying with the rest of the world. Okay, so this is the search term, the blue parts. We'll try to hit it here. So out of 8,000, we are narrowing it down to 500, more or less. Sorry, not 500, 1,400. That's a big improvement. And many will be gone here. And the ones we find here, we are going to read. And that's what we are supposed to find here. That's the end of the story, and hopefully I'll do all of that before I eat. So have this list. Bring up the regular expression tool. What I'm after is the second. So let's cut this graph. So I'm looking for something plus this. This time I want to select that something. This column is going to have this, so we'll do comma whatever, end of line. Except when you do it, this is greedy. However, when I do this, it always starts with a number. So after this, I have one digit, a whole bunch of other things. So it could also be a minus. Again, greedy. What if I did this in 2 steps? Let's use my tool, regex train. Let's hop on the train. Did something. That's the data. Paste the data. So up. We will do this in 2 steps. We will do something like replace everything that you see. Like, let's do this. You will have this. Just get rid of this. That's what we need to do. This is the first rule. Place that, right? When I pasted the data, I didn't. Except when I'm actually replacing the end of line, it's also skipping that. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, okay. This. Let's pretend that we are putting another. This, okay. And then after this step, instead of copying and pasting that here, on another rule, it's the train. So we are after, we are basically after comma. So the first one doesn't start with a comma. Anything in between this. We don't want to replace it though. Actually, what we can do here is this, the other way around. So start with this, anything goes, this plus this. Do this globally. There you go. So here's the difference. So let's find one here. In India, Delhi. Oh, this is actually Mumbai. I was fancy name. For example, Sao Paulo. Okay, there's the fancy A. This one doesn't have a fancy A. Between these two, we'll only get the simple one. You go all the way down to Velas. Zatan. Oh, there's no end of line here. That's why it's happening. You just need to put another end of line so you could recognize the last. Oh. So this is the list. Because we will most likely run some kind of query, we need to separate them by comma, put a comma. This is actually legit because when we tidy this up, we are just going to square bracket here and here by copy this. Good. This proper sort of JSON or array structure. What else can we do? Open this. Pretend we are creating a JSON structure. Okay. We'll call this world cities under 5K. It is, but it's sort of the just keep it here as JSON. Fact. Gotta do it like this. Done. Tidies up. Nice. This is city names. There is a likelihood that in this file, that for the same city, it's kind of like municipality, that you will find maybe one or two similar locations, like different weather stations. I certainly know that is the case for Toronto, except in this file, those other ones were not listed. Maybe we'll get lucky, but I'm thinking there is a likelihood that for one of these names we will hit multiple. So ideally, we should get 119 results. 121, like minus the first two lines, cut it off. 420, just minus 1. Actually, no, I was right. Yeah, this is actually garbage, the first one. So 119, yeah. So how do you write query? Kind of file searching. This is like a conditional regex. So, in other words, for each entry here, we are trying to find I'm also guessing this list has no duplicate. I mean, how could there be? Because they find you. Sort. There was another website that actually showed how many duplicates online like this. This is the one I use. Nope, that's the one that's just. Set lines. Sort. Yeah, 33 removed. So we had duplicates. Find this. Let's use this one. Sure. Find duplicates. Chinese cities. How could there be duplicates? I mean, is it 33? 33 removed. 5, 7, 9, 18, 21, 4, 7, 33. Legit. I think I know why. Hamilton. We have Hamilton in Ontario. I bet there's Hamilton in a place. Hamilton, one of Bermuda Hamilton. There's Canada Hamilton. They have more than 5. In fact, Hamilton is repeated. What? 4, 5. Canada Hamilton. That's the one. So, in other words, even when we look here, we'll find Ohio, US Hamilton, Hamilton Island in Australia. Forgot the province's name. And another, like Victoria, I think, Australia. In other words, there is not even the Canadian Hamilton. Because no weather station in Hamilton complies with the world of events. Which is kind of okay in this case. Well, because the way these two lists work is that, like, this place exists, complies with the world standards. However, that place doesn't have enough people, otherwise it would have made. Yeah, because this is a completely different case. And yet this one has enough people but doesn't comply with the authorities, except maybe there's a similarly named place in Bermuda. Yeah. It's not close to the cities, let's say. Kind of checks out. And hopefully this list has Toronto. That's okay, because it would have been stupid to not have something that we should recognize anyway. Because if this is missing some obvious things, apparently this list is either too selective or too inconclusive. That the goal is to find these items in here, mostly, not the other way around. So we cannot just do this by cities. We need to break it down by countries. Hopefully this code. Which means I was too say narrow-minded in the way I parse these lists. We need to massage this a little bit better. Not just this, but we need to introduce more rules in between. Let's just keep this here. Let's put another. You don't crash on me. It saves in local store. Create another one. I'll paste the data. This is the rule. Let's not run this. We are still massaging it here. This is the one. We'll just remove the first line. And put another end of line here. So looking at this list, first task is to actually remove everything after this comma. You do better. Because we now need this, right? What I'll try to do is something like this. Maybe I need one group, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 groups. So I will write it here, and then I'll disable the first rule, and then I'll move. So what I need is something like this. There will be groups like, let's do capturing to this one. Anything in between this one with a comma. Then this structure repeats 6 times. That's the group we want to select. If you disable this, it's going to run this anyway. Let's look at this information. What the hell is going on? Oh, because all about replacing it. So I find the first 6 and I replace it with the stuff. So it's as if I need to do this, like, don't touch it 6 times, and then just need to be doing something. It's going to be an awkward. Hit this. Yeah. Trying to write is really weird. Not even weird. I'm going to take this out. This is it. Tokyo, blah, blah. Yeah, I think I kind of know what's going on here. You know what? The rule was okay, but tool is not built for that kind of work. I think the logic that I'm after is going to some of this, except it was sort of like undo, right? We need this, yeah, selection. Get the list. And then I can exclude this part. So out of this list, but also remember this is selected, so we can actually do something like one, which is like 1 or 2. So this is 0. Okay, no, this is the, I'm thinking when I use the capturing group, are you capturing each one of them separately? You don't. That's the because I didn't want to write like this structure, another like comma, another capturing group structure. I was hoping this would actually capture all of them and then put them in order. Yeah, this is only capturing the last part, which is kind of cool. That's the country code we are after. So here's what we'll do. We'll just do send. Copy this here. Okay. Now within this list, how did we get this one? We actually cut everything out. That's now we don't want to capture this one, except I think I'll suck it up here. I'll start with this. We'll go with something like this. This is what you want to capture. Oh, no, okay. Do this. Then you are going to have wherever it goes, and you are going to finish it with 2 uppercase letters in a row, like that. Something like this. Capture this too. And what am I writing wrong here? This is kind of not needed, right? Am I mistyping some? AZ, uppercase, JP. Stick this in here too because we'll need it soon. going to be greedy, that's why I don't do it. Let's just pretend it's this way. I want to be able to select everything and then that it's with this. I think I'm typing something fundamentally wrong here. Because I should put this here. The range instead of only the AZ characters. Now let's look into this one. This is greedy, so let's see. We want to have as many selections as possible, except you go with this. And how is this any different than this? It's not. So we are kind of going to do this 2 steps like this. You have a structure like this followed by comma, another structure like this, and again, how is this any different in between? You can do something like, now you always have this, and maybe the digits, you know, it's just 1 digit that actually 1 digit, and then anything goes until you hit this. What is your problem? You could also have minus or minus that this. Wrong. I mean, I could honestly do it this way too. It's like, wow. Do a non-capturing selection, non-capturing group, which is this one. This repeats twice. And you have something like this. And then a comma. Comma will be part of it, so we'll figure it out. Actually, don't. 2 groups. Here's 2 groups, non-capturing, right? What it was. Groups and non-capturing group, okay. Which should also include dot. Let's pick here. Which also comes with this. Because there's this, and then repeat it twice. Don't need the Japan part here. So where are we failing here? Let's say we don't have this. Can we even do this? Because you gotta go step by step sometimes. Okay, this one. Okay. Clearly, we have group 1, group 2, Tokyo, and whatever. Sao Paulo case, here's the fancy one and the unfancy. Group 1 and 2. So this is selecting something. Okay, and then it's proceeding to this batch. So when you do this, this is not matching anything. That's a big problem. So something is definitely happening. Oh, this could happen multiple times there, because you have many digits. Maybe 1 dot, but it could be many. So now we seem to have the groups selected. So there's 1, 2. Number 3 is Japan. We didn't really need to select. We do something like that. And also we don't really need to select this either. Now here you can do and 2. It. So this is the pair. From here we'll shouldn't find any duplicates. So when we do actually find Hamilton here, okay, Hamilton, Bermuda, only one Hamilton in fact. Pick another common name like Victoria, Canada. Wherever that is. Victoria, Canada. British Columbia. Okay. Seychelles. I was C sounds more. Okay. So in other words, this SC must point Bermuda close enough. That's the problem. The official name is different. It's going to be a challenge no matter what. False Zimbabwe. We see this name is shouldn't go by name. It's going to be Manitoba, Victoria Beach. Yeah, multiple hits. Yes, Victoria. This is definitely good news, but selection process is too imprecise. Let's look at that Seychelles one, right? Did we even find it? Seychelles. Because that didn't comply. However, in the Canadian one, okay, we are looking for the letter here, CA. Oh, see, we consider CN as Canada. The different country code system. $48, $25, what? 48 something. How are we going to match these? I think I need to narrow this list down by country first. If I see Canada here, CA, I need to figure out that it's CN. Give me CN, because I think we are at that point that not every country has made its way. Maybe it did, I don't know. And then I'll write some kind of bizarre logic like 48, 42, close enough, right? This is west, which is minus 120. So this, it might even correspond to this. It's not going to be perfect. But I think this is the one they are talking. There's a different Victoria in which is in Manitoba, is in a different coordinate. There's the university 4827, again close, very close, very close. In fact, there's the international airport. So I have 3 candidates here, and I don't think the weather will be so much different, but I have to pick one. Either the university or airport, but I need to know the choices, options. So, I could do some kind of like this conversion here. I don't think this deviates too much, right? So whatever value that I read is like, okay, this 2312, well, in this case here, it's like 48.39. That's what I would be typing. Here's what I want to point out. Could honestly do something like, I don't know, within maybe one, like, or half a, I don't know, it doesn't deviate much. Like, this isn't like 47. It's within 1 unit. So anything that I read here, in this case 48.39, yeah, it's within sort of half up or down. And then I have to, of course, convert this to negative. 122.26, again within half. Is the amount of so at some point I need to write a file parser and then converter, that kind of. This is disappointing though, that they are using this ISO 2 or 3. Well, I like that. This is not using it. That's what I was worried about. I need another lookup table. Because like CN actually is China here, but CN is Canada here. I think the dinner is ready or not. Yeah, alpha 2 code, alpha 3 code, something here. It's a whole other thing, but it actually lists the proper one. I think we'll see that Canada and China will have inverted letters. As you can see, it's CA with the IO2, which is here. China will be CN. Here it's a different system, and because the system is not mentioned, actually I cut off this file. This used to be. This is a completely different. Okay, this is a similar file for a different weather. This might be the original file which I butchered. Again, different. Yeah, out of this list we got to this. I think I got the beginning of this list in country, FIPS country ID. We convert that to ISO2 or the other way around. And in fact, they I think had ISD country in a different country list. There. We'll see that CA is for Canada and C. But see, they are not applying to CA is Canada. But then it's actually CN here. What is CN here? It's Comor. They're not applying this to the, which is yes, country ID. Let's look for Victoria here. This is that list. Ooh, this list is different because in the other one, Victoria Falls, ZI is this is Zimbabwe, but here it's ZW. I think I'm looking at a different file. There you go. Oh boy, oh boy. Which means you take this list. Problem though, this one doesn't have those WMO markers. That's why I used the other one. This one doesn't come with the WMO. Fucking mess. This looks actually clear. See, with all the decimals and such. This is a good file. AST inventory for each location. Let's look that up too. Observation number. Somewhere here we'll have 71264. 624. It's still loading. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Anyway, that's the number of observations by I think year. This is not that important. It's just an inventory. So deviations. Problems. Okay. This is going to be useful, so I'm saving this document. Format document. Let's close this for now. This is the data for this year. Could always come back to this. I'll pull this here. I think we are kind of way past this idea. Found our way. This led us to that point. This led to some interests. In fact, if we could find some other place where we parse the information, that might be cool too. But that would actually open a new lane. We'll see. So maybe this station isn't that important. Because apparently there's some data if so important too. This is kind of a last resort thing. It's ID lookup. Let's tidy it up a bit. This is just a map. Might still use this. This helpful query. Come back to it, but why? We downloaded the data. I think we are done with this. This is fine. Use the map. Cool. Let's have these two open. So we're either going to write a converter or we are going to find a different data file where we can get the list of WMO compliant sites with the proper country code. History. I think this is how it started, right? Open here. This doesn't have WMO as a good country. If I find this, problem is I don't even know how to look this up. Just know it because I know it. We'll start from here. Assuming we don't have access to this, our goal is to hit this. Our goal is to kind of find this. Yeah, I'm kind of answering the question, interestingly enough. So, dinner time. Take a break. Okay. I was answering my own question. That's where I left off. So we do have access to this coordinate for the city. So instead of doing approximation from this way to approximation coming into this file. So in other words, for so choosing Toronto, no matter what, there's going to be some missing information. Wow, we'll maybe complete that probably. So our goal is to find the name, okay. We need to find these coordinates. This file is 43. It's actually decimal, perfect, because I don't even need to approximate it. Wow, it's still I need to. It's even better. So when we hit something like this, it's actually this station, Lester B. Pearson International. So we'll know this is Toronto because we already have that information. The only concern here is whether these two, like say this Hamilton, is close enough. The three, maybe instead of having a large amount of sort of variation that I said half a point, I'll actually do maybe 100 points. So like half unit, which was 500 either way. So maybe I'll do, I don't know, 150, 100. Because I'm afraid I'm going to hit given this value, I don't want to hit the other three here. They're close enough. So okay, this is actually a better file system maybe because these numbers will also match the WAN, whatever, for most American station. So we'll take this file. We'll call this IST history. We cut out this part. In fact, we also have beginning period of record and such, which is good because I also need to decide on the range too. Don't know what this ICAO ID is, but it doesn't exist here. Call number. I think we are good here. So this tab separated? It's not. Fortunately, it is not. It's a text file with. Do we have this in a different? Okay. Oh. I see. That's something. Website wants to open this application. Open pick and what? You do it? You didn't do it. New tab. Here. If this is in public domain, this path anyway, right? Update Noah. They keep giving me the same need to download a an FTP application. Don't want to. So let's do a quick post. We won't have access to it. No username, password, hopefully. Sure. Good. Data. It essentially looks like the same thing anyway, so I don't think I'll get a different. Here this. So open this file or view edit. You download this into. How do we get to F? We just type F. Plus modify. Click. Okay. Let's look at that file. Is ISD history CS. This is basically what I think this, except it's comma separated. So here it is 007. It is. The last entry is A51 to 50. Number of lines here is also 29592 to 593 because this one has a header. The only caveat so instead of creating a file like this, we're now going to work on this file. We are going to find it. This was the idea. Pull this here. 4374 similar. Toronto weather sent. It's so close, 78. Maybe again I'll do manual sort of picking after a while. We'll do like maybe 100 city center. That's really what this is. There's the island. Yeah. Buttonville Airport. Pearson Airport. What I'm after is actually 71624. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is 72 here. It's wrong. This is okay. That is almost correct. This is wrong. Because if I find this wrong one, is 72, 60, then I'll actually find the wrong one here too. Doesn't even exist. Oh man. So the data is wrong in this. Oh, fuck, no matter what. How could this be wrong? Like 72 is for US and the city Toronto. Clearly wrong. It's even marked Canada. The fact that I know the city code, the country code. So we cannot really rely on this. So back to kind of square one. Work on the txt file. And let's download the txt file. And hopefully the txt file actually is correct. And I have an inkling this txt file is a bit. Yeah. See, so both the txt and csv from the ftp is wrong, clearly. Because if you look at history txt file, you're going to find Toronto listed in the correct place or not. So then how the hell did I get this data here? Did they update the, but no, it's 71,624. There is no such thing as 72,624. It's so messed up, man. And this is close enough, but not quite. Leicester. See, this is it, but it doesn't say Toronto. The right one. Struggle is still to find it via coordinates. We shall see very soon. So in here, the same file essentially. 6240 Lester B. Pearson. Yeah. DYYZ. Let me look at all the Toronto ones where maybe we don't have the call number. City center that actually has a call number. Okay, so what I'll try to do then is I'm trying to look for these IDs, right? If I have a coordinate match, and then I'll actually take maybe 8 results out of it. Because another thing that we are establishing here is that we have this, matching this, and then, well, actually coordinate is going to match it. Then we need to match it. Okay. I can either do this over the TXT file or the CSV. But my code is going to open this file. Look at each line for a combination of these two numbers. And then do something magical. I'm also interested in this range. Now that I'm establishing a very good sort of workflow here. The wider the range here, the better it is for me. Because some of these dates are too close. So there's 8 years of data here. See, this one is doing it for 17 years. And I really don't know how many of these have been the same people but under a different administration, so that maybe the ID is sort of updating. Records are starting off from a different number, right? Because this one looks like 6 years. This is actually a bit different. But I would like to think that Pearson, right? So that this Toronto Pearson sounds like the airport itself. So it collects data between 73 and 74. And don't want it? Okay, thank you. So I will. And this looks like a different ID for the same place, International Airport something. And that also has some similar data collection date. Then we come to this one. Yeah, the city center. Is that the mayor himself? We seem to have collected data just right after the what you call it, the airport people sort of stopped at 70. They've been collecting it ever since, until like yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see. This light is gonna make it. Turning it off, it's gonna make it. I think we are good. Hey. So, in essence, now that I have access to this data, I think I should format the CSV file so that it looks more like a JSON file with proper IDs, because we are going to need something very, very soon. I don't need some of these columns. I will most likely need the population maybe displayed in the game. What's this? I have no idea. ID. Okay, we don't care about that, whether it's capital or not. We could keep it. It says primary, I'll mark it as true, so it's Boolean. How can we turn this into a JSON file? Let's our data converter. First row is the header JSON property. Comma separated value. Yep. Something is missing. Otherwise, it would have. Nothing is happening. Let's cut some of the data. Say from down here. This is what we are after. So for you have an array of objects. First object city property has Tokyo value. Thing is, when I pasted this, it already butchered the. Is it? Okay, let's look at this one for primary. Primary. No, it actually kept it. So why is it not doing this for everything? Too many? How many is too many? Are you thinking of these cases as foul cases? Do you need some kind of a... I don't want to do more cleanup. Okay, let's cut it up or do another big batch. Oh boy. I start to think that if I see a red line here, there's... Yeah, it's not the length. Or It is the length after Egypt. So what's wrong with you? Not like this empty one? Primary admin. If I remove this, yeah, it's not doing. If I put something here, wrong number of columns. I just added one. If I remove this, are you going to exclude Sol? But then you don't fix the value here either. Something breaks down. Okay, so we'll look at actually works like PSP to JSON. What are my options? Tokyo. The last one, Mazatan. It is. So Mr. Data Converter is tired today. Okay. One thing I can do is clean up the data. Will I really need this? I don't. So this is what I'm going to do before I switch maybe. Redundant attempt too, but world cities under 5. Let's open Google. Trying to find this one. World cities under. Yeah, and open Google. Yeah. Now I'm going to say I don't need the ID. Delete. Okay, done. We don't really need this because this one had a fancy name, right? Guessing Godot will render this. It'd be nice to have a touch like all numbers. Don't mess it up. Country, Japan. This is just the. And I'll keep this too. Because maybe I'll have some kind of. This is kind of redundant now because they're keep this. I highly doubt this will be useful. Admin name is basically what is the administration. For Mumbai, it's this one. We'll ever need this. So after I converted, an interesting case. Is New York capital? But then for that state, when I see primary, it's true. Anything else is false. That's really what it is. Again, maybe it's important. This then primary. Okay. So I'll do that after I convert the file, right? If it's primary, it's Boolean, true, otherwise false. Population is okay, it's a number. So to delete these two. I believe they were empty. Yeah. There's no header. And here is 1420. So this is going to be converted to J. I do have data. Export sheet data. On sidebar. Port format JSON. Okay. What are you really suggesting? Hyderabad city. 2537 coordinates. It's different city, man. One is India, the other one is in Pakistan. Like an insult. Yeah. No? Two different countries, cities. What are you doing? Shame on you. We'll do a visualize first, something. Assume there's a header. Do your thing. I thought this was bringing up the. Oh, I need to know what's happening. This is Chrome being fussy about authorization, even though I'm logged in as myself. Here now. This is redundant. I'll close this stupidity. Visualize. Do your thing. That's it. World Series under. No, it's not good. First row is where did I find it? Was a way to assume the first one is the key property. Okay, it's actually kind of doing it. Why are you doing it? We need an array of objects, not objects. Okay. When you nest them, there's only one left in it. Good first column. Explore. Okay, contents is array.
You are a function of this total galaxy. The real deep down
Problem is,
the whole universe. And it's doing
this isn't too bad, but
your living organism and all its behavior. It's expressing it as a singer sings a song.
I think what I'll do is I'll switch the order. I'll move this to the other. But by paste is going to overwrite it. So insert. Really? We've come to this now? Nice. Now we have the sanitized name. Would have been a problem. Okay. So the ID itself is the, or the key itself is the ASCII name. And this is, for each key we'll say, okay, what is, go about it that way. Mind you, I still don't like this. There's a big object inside, like just one big object inside there. This has some options that I like, but it's not straightforward to understand. I don't want to get rid of this level. Or that it would actually put that in here as like, let's see. Not really. That might be. That's more like it. Now we have the special case here, ASCII or city. So for each item in the array, get the object and then properties later. Short break. We'll export this file. I think we are ready here. So let's take all this, a new file, get in here, save this file as world cities under 5k JSON. We actually have that file, except it was like this. We now okay. So actually, it's removing that other tab. Sure, yeah. Fine with that. Trying to do some optimization. When capital is primary, so every time you see primary, replace it with true. We'll do this for a bunch of times. So do that. So, and anytime you see admin, same thing, except it's going to be false. Now, I think there are some empty ones, right? That I remember. Work is one of all. Okay, that's actually marked as. So basically nulls in this, because we need to sanitize the data. Except you found too many nulls. No, actually, we had 1,420 records, so it makes sense that maybe 1/3 will be that. So, in other words, Originally, I was worried about having some of these other values be good. Good. Now, we'll read this file. We'll find the latitude, longitude. Try to find the line here that has a similar latitude, longitude, and we will extract that line and we'll maybe inject, not here, but in a separate file. That's the work. Along the way, maybe we'll be able to format some of this. Now, how do I go about that? Where do I write the code? Am I writing Node.js code, JavaScript, or GScript? Because this file is not formatted in JSON, which we kind of do though. We do have it in CSV. We could easily export it to CSV, right? Could be smart about that. Let's close this. You have the data. The history is CSV. Open it up. Here it is. The main difference between these two files, we said this is 007, 00. So we matched the data. So 51, 56 is the same data. The fact that this is CSV, we could massage this. And then I might be able to write JavaScript. So script. Also, because this comes with 11 meters, it's like a very high. What's the country here? There is no country. There is no latitude. What the hell is this? $7,018. That is indeed the code. Could not find it. I'm not doing. Station name, WXPod. I'm curious about this place. Roman up and running. Big data engineering. Sort of matching. The Medium article. Someone is using it as an weather example. So just part of the page. So someplace on Earth, somewhere station. Integrated surface database. This almost looks like what I was looking for hours ago. In fact, it's returning that information. For an area, it's returning the stations. Well, I'm kind of doing it my own way. So, ecology. 6 years ago. This is just a guy doing API stuff, right? Not weather. Yeah, our data stuff. Okay. At some point, I was worried about doing pandas or Python. Such. I'll try to avoid that as long as possible. Back to work. So we do have this. If we take this data, IST history, stick this in where? So we don't really need this anymore. We'll open this where is it? Urban farmer data. Open with. Let's sanitize it. Here's the pod number. So first of all, this is all ordered by this number, right? So in fact, this is the 007 single O. Like here's the last one. So we have 20, like 30,000. But the ones that don't have country, we are not really interested in those. So sort this. Yes. I think you did it. So randomize range. Oh, sorry. How do we do this? Click. Sort range by column D, AZ. This is what I could have done. All the countries A. Some point here, you have your cutoff point. Anything below this gets rid of like 1,000 values or are not interested in. Furthermore, what are we not interested in? Now that everything is country sorted, yeah, this this is that ICAO thingy. Is this going to be CY1? I'm willing to keep that for record keeping because I have a feeling this is the one I'm going to have to select in the end. I'll do some kind of whether this one is here or not. State is not important for us because like Afghanistan. According to the country code. It'll be fixed in the export. This looks like Texas. What is BC? What's the country? Botswana. So the country code for Botswana is BC. Who knew? According to this, it's BW. Okay, I'm confused again. This has the wrong country codes, right? That's what we decided. This history one has the wrong country codes. This Canada is CM. China is the CYY. CA here. CA here, that matches. Either way, I'm trusting this one. I'm going to drop what exactly? Because we are looking up by this. These two are not that important. This is okay. Station name, still okay. It's going to be important later, and name location unknown. That almost shouldn't exist there. It won't be important anymore because we'll skip. So this had a country too then. That's the weird part. Let's undo a few times. Weird. Okay, whatever. Wait. So let's do data done. One thing I can do is this. Come here, close, say current settings, copy. Come here and you say, here are the settings I want. Load them for me. Finish this. Okay. Doing its thing. It's a big file. Fortunate thing is, this so this is a number, which is like a date, but it thinks of this as, because I accidentally selected some string here. It's not entirely number. See, that's the problem. Look at CYYZ. So this should read as 173.4 meters. None of this plus. So this has to be a number. So if I convert this to a number, format number, if I do that, the minus case, this row doesn't matter. Let's just get rid of this. Pissing me off. So this is like 8 meters. Let's look at the minus. Funnily enough, it doesn't do something like that for latitude. It's the same kind of discrepancy. It's doing it sad. It is doing it. So this for these it doesn't do, but for this one, naturally it thinks it's a string. So what I have to do here is all these. Here's actually missing. Bogus Argentinian. I have to sanitize this even more. In fact, I need to perhaps sort by elevation. See the empty row. Can we do that by the sort range? Data has header row. Sort by whatever this is. Actually, do this so that it's easier. Well, I would be the other way around, but here's all the minus elevations. In fact, minus 99 is also not good. This is not good. Normally, could a place be really below sea level like this part instead of 388 meters down? Wow, it's the Soto and Gomorrah. Yeah, that actually is below sea level. Won't matter soon anyway. This is the coordinates, right? This is east, north. Yeah, okay. I'm confident it is that place. Let's look it up. Yep. Exactly where it is. This is it. This area. Close enough. Okay, after a bit more geography knowledge, so this is still a valid place, but I think anything of this sort, repeating nines, are error cases. So we'll consider that as a bogus, as the title. And we are not interested in buoys. What else? So we also need to sort things out by latitude and longitude, because I think we will have a few, of course. So sort the range by latitude. No matter what I do, it's always. So here's the North Pole. Sorry, the South Pole. It's 90. Slightly off. Oh, okay. So what I'm curious about, okay, in this list there is no gap. This list, all of inaccessibility episode 13. It's South Pole again. Ish. And curious mind. Yeah, in the middle of nowhere. All white. The polar bear. And elevation. That's going to be all cleaned up anyway. Not going to be in the final. So this is all good. Visualize it. If the lat long are, oh, I have to convert it to so before I do that. Now that I don't have any missing part, and do your thing. Oh, I think it was just filling it out. Okay. Lose the data. Visualize. It's thinking more. The video is something about the date. Should I leave it like? I think I'll separate it by dash. Question is, if we do it this way, but a certain date time, more formats, more data and time, it's custom number. How about I do this? Want it like this. It's actually like this. It's July 3rd here. This one should read 1981-10- it's the 29th of October. Ah, I see. This is sort of the... What the? Yeah, just do this. By the way, if when I convert it to JSON, how is it going to export it anyway? JSON has data's data. Doesn't? No. That's it. These are the... That's it. The fact that it's actually between double quotes, you don't need them actually. Special case. anything that you don't see actually, then why the fuck? So the value, we cannot have 8. So I need to separate that, in other words. So I need to be writing this in. I can actually make an informed choice by looking at the value. So I think we might be done here. It's just going to be maybe number, or maybe it's still thinking string. It's a number that I will make. I only need to look at the first. Do I need to order this separate? I'll do that, because eventually we'll have to make some sense out of it. Yep, that's the name. This is 00, some pod number. Usual. EYYZ. Your data exists. $43, $68, $79, $63, $43. Close enough. Minus 79, 37. We'll do something about that. Here we go. Let's remove this. Visualize. Copy. Good copy. This is ISD history in JSON. Why did you cut it off? Maybe not. Copy. Why you always double check things? Do not trust anything these days. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Look at this place. It's really anyhow. This is ISD history. The valid JSON file. Now we need to mix and match here. I think I'm gonna have to write JavaScript. Result is interesting though. For each object, so we have 8 lines here. So for 10 lines, we have 1 city, right? We already established the fact that we have 14 and 20, so we should have 14,200 more or less. Yeah, because the first batch was the header, which is gone. And now you have the brackets opening, closing. So we need to do for loop. So in each iteration, we take one of these. We find this. Then in here, out of this was how many entries? It's going to be a massive computation there. That's a massive amount of the big Cartesian. Basically 28,000 records time 1400. So that inside each has to make a decision whether this is close enough to this. And it has to extract some information here right into kind of here, except in a new file. I'm almost tempted to try this in Godot. Or let's be really dumb about it. This is a file that will collect it. Similarly, we dump this data here without saving it, and then we saved it, and then this is how it started here. Then we said country codes were all over the place, so we skip this. So we'll most likely delete this, and this kind of doesn't matter anymore. This is where we are. This is sort of important, but turn it into this. This turned into this. This is that. I'm actually going to close this. I'm going to open this. I can follow things under here in the data folder, which we do have those files. So here this, let's close a bunch of things here. JSON, this JSON. Thank you. Concerned person. Sure, don't show again. So what we need to do at this point, do the color. It's trying to do the colors. Can't. That's why. I need to write a JavaScript. Going to do something very let's make sure that I'm running Node. The data. file will do. $500K CDs. Something as dumb named as this. Okay. So this file is going to do nothing but say hello. This is the file. Node.js data work data node print say hello. Of course, you don't do print. The script, you do this, you say hello. Done. Now, this is where I'll probably cut my hair tonight, because I haven't done JavaScript for so long, and with the whole setup of Node and whatnot, so we need to require a file, say constant ist history, that's the name, right? Ist, just ist require. But it was like this, so you kind of get the file, right? The fact that it's not bringing help, it's in the same folders. It's the history. So after you say hello, you do something like, well, that's the JSON file. However, you haven't really read that, right? In case you recognize the JSON. You do. Okay, done. So that's 27737. What is this? It's the kilobyte. IST history JSON. No. Just gave me blanked. The same thing for world cities. Some space here. World cities. 14. I need to read the data. Get this. So you do get the data. Okay, so we have access to the data. So we need to do something like, let's write a function, because probably move things in different directions. Run out of names. Func is script func. What I'm trying to do is essentially a mapping. So I'm mapping each one. This is where I have to do cd. Imagine I have a new object. Whatever. Call this obj, and we say purple is red. we do so that we append to the city. If you don't append like this, how did we do the object? So that's that. In a while. I don't want to merge the properties of both. There's such a thing there. That was jQuery. That's going to be a good reminder. Script objects and more like I know how to do it manually, but what was it? jQuery extend, right? Concatenation. This is how you do it manually. Object assigned. Elements to objects. Course name. Assign course grade. Course has a name. Grade has a score. Final result is the object assigned course and grade. So it's two. That's kind of what we want. Of course, you could use one over the other one too. The sign. So something like, well, big city. Turn this. This is your map. Of course, when you map this actually has to return something. This is returning the whole array to new objects. So you gotta do something like say smartened up for this version. We'll still get something like this, but except we'll do smartening. There's an array. That's something. So in a similar result like this, we should be able to see apple equals red or apple value red. Except we're writing like script smartened up. Of course, when you do it this way, calling the function apple is red. So now, while we are mapping kind of funky values here, something within IST, and that will actually grab some more tea. Okay, so we have the basic red value assigned to the Apple property in the newly mapped World Cities array. So we'll have to write a bunch of if conditions at some point while we are passing the ISD. So now the ISD is big array. So here's where things will go kind of crazy. While we are in a city, in this case, let's start from here. We are in Tokyo. We have access to this. In fact, we could do something like this. Output the latitude and longitude. Do it. Now we gotta do something like, well, when we have city, latitude. This has to actually do something smart here. Pull this here too. Okay. We need to check each record. This has to be within a certain distance or within certain sort of like proximity of this latitude. In fact, we could kind of do a case like this. Tokyo 35683, close enough. 1397. So we'll have a sort of like a 250, like 0.250 surplus. So this is going to be matched to this. And we'll take this thing and add it to an array. We'll collect the data. We don't really need this in the end. Then we'll make the next decision. So for essentially at this point, we are doing something like ISD. We're kind of doing filtering here. How come I get access to array methods like filter and map here? These two files are pretty much structured. The fact that it's not a kind of this is valid JSON, I'm confident, but I think as far as VS Code is concerned, there was some warning there. Valid JSON. It is. Save this. There was something about the formatting here. Freaked out. And also it's freaking this one out. Anyway, the code is still going to work. Filter. In this case, these are stations actually. Let's call them stations. Stations, so that each station is going to be in the list or not if the station's latitude forget, yeah, this one. We'll do something like this. we have to take the absolute value of their we actually have we have to take the absolute value of their path if this is full or less than 20. Um, if it's this and this, LNG, here it's actually LON. So we have like both are within, and we just do return whatever it is, either true or false is the result of filter. So this is going to return a bunch of objects. They're all going to be in the array. This array is essentially going to be this, say, stations. In fact, do that. This we'll do like nearby stations. Okay, that is going to be the result of this operation. In fact, we could do this. Okay, nearby stations. This. Get rid of this. Not anymore. This is going to take a while. It may even create a black hole in this part of the galaxy. There's nothing. Did it? I think it really did it. Okay, I didn't think my computer was that fast. I get the length. Let's see. Because it's still returning pretty much 1419, which is the number of items. Enough. So all we have to do is to write this into a file. Right up. Something like we are in Node.js. We are writing a file. You gotta import the file system thing, right? It's required. This. This. Right. File. Synchronize it. Don't care. Here is a descriptor, which is going to be the file path itself, and then write it into 100K CDs with nearby JSON. We need to do some actually of What are we writing? So instead of console logging, we'll do something like this. Write up the result of. Get rid of this, I guess. So we will have a fresh file somewhere. Based on unexpected. You know, might have been right here. What am I doing wrong here? It's about the UTF darns, right? UTF-8 is parse. Unexpected token U, whatever. So I still have an array like this. What the fuck am I doing? Calling the function. This is why you don't. I want to look up which one was, but smart enough. Okay, GameDev. Here's the file. This is a very long file too, but essentially it's this file. City ASCII. Okay. Nearby stations is in a composed of some stuff. So let's look at Toronto. I think we had 8 results. I think the result will be a good one. So I see item number 1. Item number 2. Number 3. Four, 5, 6, 7. That's actually very good. So we didn't get any crap results. Well, we kind of did though. Quote Saint Catherine. That's near Toronto too. I think this is yeah. Funny thing is, we are getting as many results as the number of cities. So, but the good news is we are cutting down these records. Maybe we'll find some other condition to cut down these values. Meaning, maybe this data point doesn't exist. This will be important. We'll only take the one with the interest in the CYYZ. Where's CYYZ? EYTZ. This is why I'm 71624. Yeah. So I'm a little bit iffy. So we got 8 results, but let's look at Toronto. I thought we had CYY. Yeah, why is this not in this list? I'm missing that. I'm also missing this too. We do have it, but we have it in Mississauga. What the? So this now belongs to Mississauga. That's unfortunate. Okay, which means the fact that it actually went to a different place. This range is perhaps too. Run this again. Gonna be updated. Not fast enough. So we do another this. We are hoping that this is going to be under block like this. Now it went to Brampton. And I do this proximity thing. Let's look at the real values here. 43, 74. Okay, we know it's all 43, 74. It's within sort of 100. Is that the case? It's not. We'll see, it's gonna fail here big time. Funny thing is, Brampton made its way to this list, which is interesting because I'm almost tempted to go as high as 1 million, so that I'm excluding some more smaller establishments. Because between Brampton and Mississauga, right? How many Canadian cities be? 15. Surrey. Toronto, natural. Vancouver. Calgary, Edmonton. I think I'll go with 1 million. I'm sorry, Ottawa, but you're kind of right there. Winnipeg will be gone. It's an interesting case with the being inland and cold and such. Quebec City again. If we ever get to a point, maybe do 750. This is ordered by. This was originally ordered by. Population. So I'm confident that this output is also following the same form. So far it does. So here's what we'll do. We'll create a duplicate. We'll do 700 and population. Okay. So we'll assume Kolhapur is a good one. We'll go all the way down. Cut cities. Now, in this code, let's relabel this 500 case. Doesn't make sense. So we'll do candidate cities, okay? For this to work, you take this one into account. Now, when you run this margin of error might actually give the proper distribution, and let's create a new file of 758 cities with new. This is no longer the valid file candidate. Done. Close this and this one. So in here, I'm looking for CYY. Hopefully, no problem. Okay, now the margin, because it's larger, this is actually Toronto didn't make its way. So let's take this back to also. 79, 631. The margin has to be larger. So this is like what? 67 to 300. We have to create the margin of error there. Increase the margin of error. Okay. CYYZ. It's Pearson Airport. Somewhere in here, up here, we are gonna hit City of Toronto. Good. So it doesn't accidentally belong to anything. Another thing I'm curious about is inside nearby stations we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. It's like it's 2 more than I need. Maybe I miscounted indoor structure. Was where exactly? I think it was here in when I type Toronto here, I get 8 results, but proximity wise, there are maybe nearby places that the station name is different. Let me read that. Could be a bit narrow. Station name. That's it. Okay. Toronto Weather Center, Buttonville. That's it. See, this is near Toronto. It's Buttonville. Well, there's a small airport there. And then there's Lester B. Pearson, which is not labeled. That's the this is the Buttonville airport. Good. So I'm confident this is doing it. Here's an interesting case. In Siwa, China, there is no nearby station. So population is okay. By the way, no, it's actually correct. Is that really the case? What? Might very well be. So let's look this up. 46 something. Sudbury climate. This is actually north. We also have to look for 120. This is west Canada. Okay. How can I look that up in China? Maybe it doesn't exist anyway, so this is right, but I'm trying to sanitize it. I think it's less likely that we have something like this. So that's not good, that's not good. So yeah, we don't have it. Not anywhere China. So in other words, in this file, what we can do is that although this city is kind of important in terms of vision, we don't have weather records for it, suppose. So in here, what else we can do is if nearby stations is empty, you skip, say, in fact, we are kind of mapping, but we are filtering too. So when you map this, the result is also if the city has nearby stations, if the length is positive. That's really what it is. So when we get this result, we will not be seeing this entry coming right after. We do it here, but we shouldn't see it. Run it again. See, now it's 115 because it cut down some other record. So after this, Pearson, we have Washington, which is okay. So it's okay. It skipped this one. So we are making more progress here. But I think that will be the end of the stream tonight. I'll be most likely continuing off stream. Next time, I'll be either sharing my findings or I'll move to another topic. Recap the stream goals. So we are refining the locations and massaging the data. I'm considering this done. I already feel like, wow. We are now looking at a healthy list of cities with weather station I collected. It's not entirely the data, but we will pick one of those weather stations, in this case Toronto. Then we'll move forward with the data storage. And that will, I think, have many layers of crazy stuff. One of which is going to include image processing and image creation for holding data. But more about that later. So have a good night, good weekend, and see you later.